What's good, the peoples? How's everybody doing tonight? I love how much of the game that opening cinematic just spoils. Like, if you've never played Final Fantasy IV before, and you watch that cinematic, you're like, oh, I guess a spaceship is gonna come up out of the ocean and take us to the moon. Like, that's something that happens in this game. Which, of course, it is. But... Alright, I have to, This is where my laptop is, by the way. So if you ever see me looking down at this awkward angle off screen, it's because all my actual stream controls and stuff are over here. What I actually need to do is keep my list of augments here to make sure I don't miss any, and I have a kind of self-written walkthrough, something that I apparently wrote back in 2010, entitled Augments Are Stupid, that lays out what augments to give which character. That still seems like pretty sound reasoning to me, at least for a first playthrough. The most recent thing we've done is give Bluff and Tsunami to Tella. And we got Bard's Song from Edward. And Tella's about to die, and he'll give us Recall, which he always gives us, which is useless. But because we've given him 2 augments, he'll also give us Last Stand and Fast Talker, both of which are going to be very, very important. Well, actually, I don't know if Last Stand is. We might just end up giving Last Stand probably to Yang or Sid to get their 2 augments. I'll think about it. So any augment that I'm either not going to use or not give to a character to fuel their own augments, I'm going to leave in my inventory for the second playthrough, because the goal is, because this is the almost perfect save, the final party we want to have as many characters knowing as many of the augments as possible, and the way New Game Plus works in this game is you're not allowed to just keep replaying the game over and over and over and over and over again to give every character every augment. You're limited to 2 New Game Pluses, so 3 total playthroughs. At the end of the 3rd playthrough, everybody has to have as many useful augments as possible. Okay, that's the plan. Where is my YouTube chat? Here. And my stream health and stuff. People were complaining that my chroma key was not very nice looking last stream, so I moved my box light to the other side of the room, so hopefully I'll be illuminated a little better, and the chroma key will behave itself. Also, I don't think I'm going to worry about a full bestiary in this playthrough. Bestiary carries over, so at the end, towards the end of this playthrough, maybe we'll do like a world tour and try to find all the monsters that we missed. But I do know for sure that Tower of Zot has monsters in it that are missable, and this is because this is a location we cannot revisit. Did I like stay at an inn or something? I did. Okay, we should be good. I want to make sure that Tella has the augments he's supposed to have. Tsunami and Bluff. I'm going to give him Bluff instead of Recall. I should have done that already. And up we go. Also, please let me know if my audio levels need any work. So can I kill Flans in this version? No. Not really. Let's see if I can get away with Fyra instead of Firaga against these nerds if I use Bluff. My man's confused, that's neat. We'll check and see if a Bluff Fyra can win this fight for me. What's interesting, and I think I mentioned this last stream, but Tella gives us the fast talker augment when he leaves the party, but he doesn't have the fast talker augment innately that he's able to use. Like, his spellcasting is still very, very slow. Make sure we get every little square here. This should go up to the door. It does. Could try to use oh, he doesn't know Osmos, does he? He does. It's just up here. I could have him use it on Yang, actually. Cottage? Oh good, a back attack. Excellent. We're gonna get a lot of mileage out of Cecil's Kira spell in here, because for some reason Cecil, the fighter, has more magic points than Tella, the Master Red Mage. Ostensibly Master Red Mage. So we should be able to upgrade Sid's weapon here and actually get some use. Oh, Yang's just gonna heal him. Whoops, that's bad. Here, let's bluff. Oh, we put him to sleep. Nice. I'm kind of curious to see how much damage we can get out of Sid with that upgrade move. It's possible that upgrade move is actually worth using. I'm especially thinking of the Rubicant fight. If we can give that to Kane or something. Okay, no, Kane should have a Frost Spear anyway. That wasn't actually too terrific. Like, regular Blizzard with Bluff. Are we looking at some... Oh, Yang, don't attack. God damn it. I forgot. At least he's confused now. My day was okay. We made pizza. It was a little later than I would like to start streaming, but... Like, 560 damage from a weakness, that's kind of low. That strikes me as relatively low. So I wonder if, like, the upgrade feature... Maybe it triggers off of your intellect or something, and Sid's intellect is just bad. I know that he's got some spellcasting weapons in the advanced version that are just kind of bad because his intellect is so low. Oh, we might take this dungeon a little slow. Like when Tella starts running out of MIPS, we might just walk out and hit an inn. In order to give ourselves a chance to actually see all the monsters. We're going to want to leave at least once and check the bestiary for gaps. We won't know for certain if there's a gap until we get to the next area. Of course. Are you just making more videos about how Minecraft is bad? I didn't even watch that one, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think there's room in my life to watch a video about how one of the best games ever made is bad. Yo, bro. What's good, Ethan? Is that not the full map? I must be missing a pixel somewhere. I'm going to Osmos Yang, I think. And get some use out of his MIPS. Which are otherwise pointless. And I note that Sid doesn't have any. So he's just got like a counter regen ability is what he's got? Is that what we're rocking here? Oh, up the middle over here. Okay, there's like a little notch in the walls. These guys should go down relatively quickly because Cecil and Yang both have fire weapons now. Oh, but not mean to auto battle there. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to watch that video either. If I'm being honest. I've played Mario Party I think 2 or 3 times in my life, and they were every single time I played it, it's been one of the worst experiences I've ever had with a video game. See if I can actually get this Osmos spell off here. Oh, I already did. Never mind. Just wasted a turn. I didn't notice it went off the last fight. Doesn't make much of a sound effect. Maybe that's why I missed it. How did you miss him? He's a gigantic turtle. Why is he gaining health from fire attacks? So he must like ice attack. Oh yeah, he's a reptile. He of course he likes ice attacks. The Steam version of this game, I've noticed, has some weird input lag sometimes. Like, it'll eat your up and down inputs in menus. Which means, it causes you to pick the wrong options on menus sometimes. Which is a little aggravating. Guess we'll just wait for Sid's turn to come back around. This thing has an awful lot of hit points. I'm out of magic now for Tella. Like, I would expect the turtle to be weak to ice. I wouldn't expect it to absorb fire, though. And we have Shell, one of Cecil's best spells. Excellent. These guys had no MPs to Osmos. I could Osmos from Cecil, but he's my main healer right now, so... Oops, I missed a pixel here. Boom, got it. See if Ice Lizards have any MIPs for me. For those of you joining the stream for the first time, I'm embarking on a probably year-long project to get as close to an almost perfect save as I can in as many Final Fantasy games as possible. I made a list of all the Final Fantasy games I had originally thought of, and I just got countered Blizzard. Nice. So these guys, you hit them with magic, they counter with Blizzard. And I have a list of, I think, 19 games. And that's without adding any of the, like, side games and stuff. And so I did a quick calculation, and we're looking at, like, 1,600 hours or so. So we got a lot of work ahead of us. We're, like, 10 hours in to a 1,600-hour project. That's going to go upstairs. And there's a map back here. Yeah, so the list I have has 19 games. It has Final Fantasy NES, Final Fantasy Dawn of Souls, Final Fantasy II on PSP, Tella can't do anything in this fight, Final Fantasy III for Famicom, Final Fantasy III on Steam, this version of Final Fantasy IV, the PSP version of Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy V Advance, Final Fantasy VI Advance, Final Fantasy VII on Steam, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy VIII Remastered, Final Fantasy IX on Steam, 10 HD, which is on PS3, 10.2 HD, Zodiac Age on PS4, 13 and 13.2 on PS3, and 15 on Steam. That's a lot of games without even adding in side games. And just off the top of my head, like, I'm going to want to play Chrono Trigger and probably Mystic Quest and Tactics at some point. So we'll start with this list, and then we'll see if we want to add any stuff to it later. There were 313 games, but I don't like Lightning Returns very much. And I'm not sure if I want to commit to an almost perfect save of a game that I don't like and don't know very well. Like Final Fantasy II, I don't like it, but I know it relatively well. And grinding out a perfect save with like max weapon levels and stuff on all characters isn't going to be the worst experience of my life, you know? Like, I don't know, we'll see when we get there. Can I safely Osmos you? I've tried twice to kind of make Lightning Returns click with me, and I just couldn't. I just can't. Something about the game just doesn't sit well with me. I remember last time I tried playing it, Like, I felt like I was screwing everything up in every battle, and there were people in my chat basically saying, oh no, you're doing fine. So, like, any game that feels like I'm screwing up badly, but apparently that's the correct way to play it, like, that's a bad situation for a game to be in. I shouldn't kill this sorceress right away, says Brickerd as he kills the sorceress right away. You have nothing you can do, so... Edgar's upset. I don't know why. So in this fight, I have to waste a turn swapping equipment. Otherwise, this turtle's going to take too long to kill. What's good, Eddie? So we got to put on weaker... Actually, for Yang, it's not really weaker equipment. Because his claws don't really give him extra attack power. It's mostly just he had a fire elemental weapon, which was bad. It's not that he turtles, it's that if you have a fire elemental weapon, it absorbs health, which is not something that happens in the 2D version of this game. In the 2D version of this game, if you hit an enemy that absorbs an element that your weapon has an affinity for, it doesn't actually absorb the element. You still do damage. You don't get any bonus damage for hitting a weakness or anything, but... We'll see if Tella can get some nips off these nerds. That's a question I'm thinking about for the 2D version. This version of the game has an augment that doubles item drops, so getting rare items is going to be easier, or at least less time-consuming in this version. So, okay, hitting the sorceress with Osmos gave him 1 magic point. Cool. In the PSP version, the initial grind is going to have to be in the Giants of Babil, where you can steal an item from a particular monster that when you use it, immediately initiates an enemy encounter with the rarest enemy party in that map. And if I have, like, stacks of those, I can initiate as many fights against Pink Puffs as possible, and then each individual Pink Puff I fight, and there are 5 in each fight, has a 1 in 64 chance of dropping a pink tail. With all of that in mind, 5 adamant armors might actually be within striking range inside of, like, I don't know, 30 hours of grinding or so. The time-consuming part of grinding up pink tails is not actually the low drop chance, it's the low encounter chance, how rare pink puffs are on that map. Cry is just objectively good for King because he doesn't have anything else on his action slots that he needs to have, and it's a good ability. So yeah, I do have Cry, and we are giving it to King. And yes, he is a crybaby. Hell Claws. So I don't have to worry about him healing monsters anymore, which is nice. There are things we're going to have to be doing that will take longer than 30 hours. There are bits and pieces of the hundo in various Final Fantasy games that I've never done. Like going after like a full bestiary in Final Fantasy 12 is going to require doing all of the rare game monsters, and that's not a short project. That's going to take a very long time. I'm just going to leave Cecil with the Sleep Blade for now in case I run into some more turtles. The flip side is that other games getting the hundo is just going to be trivial. Like, when we do Final Fantasy 3, like Final Fantasy 3, like getting job levels, or even 5, like, yeah, mastering every job for every character sounds like it's going to take forever, but in practice, you get job levels so quickly in 3 and in 5. I've never actually completed the bonus dungeons in 5 or 6 Advance. I've done the ones in 4 Advance, and I think I did like half of them in 6 Advance at one point. So there's actually game content I've never seen in 5, even though I've played 5 at least once a year every year for the past decade. You can learn an ability in 5 Advanced that doubles your experience points. I have no desire to play Final Fantasy V Ancient Cave. None at all. I like the idea behind that ROM hack, but I think the implementation of it was not terrific. Your whole run in Ancient Cave, almost every serious run I've done boils down to, did you find the dancing dagger and or the dragoon job? Because there's no other way to fuel MP regeneration in that game. So, and you get one of those two things within the first 10 or 12 floors, and your run can go for as long as you want to stall in battle regenerating MP. I've also never done the full hundo in 15, but I've come very close. And that's probably going to be 80 hours or so to do all of the content in 15. And then grinding out like the Ascension grid. It's dumb, it's not going to be fun, but I know how to do it. Leveling up all the broski's techs, that kind of stuff. It's just a matter of grinding them out and using everything. What I'm really going to have to be aware of are games that have missable content. I think 7, 8, and 9 all have a great deal of missable content. I've already missed a sword in this game that we played here that I'm going to have to pick up on the second playthrough. The Deathbringer sword. I forgot to unequip Cecil before he transformed, and now I don't have a Deathbringer. I suspect I'm able to get that as a drop somewhere, but it'll be... Getting any rare drop in this game, like it'll just take less time to play the whole game from the beginning on New Game Plus. I think Thelonious Rex is already wearing this. No, he's not. Okay, we'll give that to him. The big problem with Final Fantasy V Ancient Cave, and the original Lufia 2 Ancient Cave has some of the same problems, but Final Fantasy V around the 70 or 80% mark in terms of content, because going through the game, like each floor has monsters from like progressively harder and harder areas. So you start out fighting monsters from the Wind Shrine and the wrecked ship areas. And as you progress through the game, you fight monsters from later areas in the story. By the 70 or 80% mark, there are gimmick monsters in Final Fantasy V that, like Fork Tower has monsters that can just wipe your whole party. If you are at a certain experience level, because they have blue magic. I have played Ultima games. My experience with the Ultima series is mostly on the NES, though. Ultima 3 and 4 on the NES. I have already been called out in the past by Ultima players for preferring the NES version of Quest of the Avatar to other versions. And I haven't played any of the newer Ultima games in that. I played some Ultima 6 on the SNES, but I never came close to completing it. And then anything past that I've never played. But the NES versions of Ultima 3 and 4 I actually really enjoy. The NES version of Ultima 5 I don't think I ever owned, but I played it on emulator and I just didn't get far into it. Esuna. Alright, so what we're going to do is use a tent here and fight the Magus Sisters. And that should complete all the maps of this tower. Then I'm going to leave and go check my bestiary. That's inexcusable? Yeah, sorry. The problem is Ultima 4 is such an old game that it's very difficult to get into it if you haven't been playing it for a long time. I'm going to take 2 minutes and go strangle my dog. I'll be right back. It's doggy dinner time out there, and our dogs have to eat different food, and Lulu is trying to eat all Edgar's food, and Edgar is very unhappy about it. Alright, has this fight changed at all? I don't actually remember. I'm pretty sure we still want to go after Cindy. Does she counter? No. She's poisoned. That's good. Sandy's gonna reflect Cindy. I'm gonna put Shell on everybody. I should have done that the first turn, actually. Okay, that could have been worse. So I don't actually have anything that'll pierce that reflect. She has a counter attack. Okay, so you're healer then, Tella. I don't think Bluff does anything to white magic. So that goes through Reflect. She just got an Asuna off that just goes through Reflect, but it didn't heal her poison for whatever reason. And now Cecil is reflected. So there's really nothing Tella can do here. Tella's just gonna throw cure spells around. Well, the interface is what turned me off of Ultima 6. And I suspect it's because it's a much more... Because I played it again, I played on the SNES. And I suspect it's a much more... It was trying to be a much closer port of Ultima 6 than previous Ultima games on like the NES had been. Whereas Ultima 3 and 4... they kind of reimagined the games, like what would these games play like on a controller on a console. Whereas Ultima 6, they're like, can we make Ultima 6 for the SNES? But I've also seen like the computer versions of Ultima 6, and it does look pretty jank. And I'm not sure that I would enjoy it. No effect. You cannot confuse Sid. So now I can hit you guys both with some bio. So none of you are reflecting. So this fight feels exactly the same to me. Just Berserk Tella. Not excited about that. I remember 6 had a lot of inventory management, and I don't tend to find inventory management challenges fun in games. There are some games where I like managing my inventory, and I think it adds something to the experience. But I don't know, it's been decades since I tried playing through Ultima 6. I think I streamed Ultima 4 several years ago. Tella's speed has gone down. And then the next floor... Oh, we missed a square somewhere here. The next floor shouldn't have a map to it. No, okay. Alright, so I actually want to leave the dungeon now. Which square am I missing here? I see it. Oh my god, it's all the way under that first treasure box. Okay, we'll go back to it. Stella's MIPS are gone, presumably. Yeah, we'll just use another tent to fuel our way out of here. Because I want to make sure I don't miss any monsters from this dungeon. I cannot revisit this dungeon after I leave. He's so slow. So I know the Barbarisha fight is much, much different in the 3D version than the original version. In the original version, you basically just berserk some dudes and let them go ham. But in this version, she counters damage with a lightning spell. So we actually want to focus with Yang to deal maximum damage. I need to find out how much focus he can do before he damages himself. In the next fight, we'll find out if he can do 2 or 3 focuses before damaging himself. I think it's only 2, and if you try to do 3, he hurts himself. We'll find out for sure. It's 3 rounds. And if I do a 4th, it should backlash. No? Okay, it just didn't give me credit for it. So 3 is the max, but I can't actually backlash. So the Barbarisha fight is going to be like focus 3 times and punch with Yang. And nobody else even try to damage her because her counter thunder attack is too strong. But we can kind of control when she uses it by only damaging her with Yang. So Yang's going to basically be doing our full party's worth of damage. Nope, that's not the right door. Sid is going to basically do nothing in the fight. Yeah, here we go. I like the PSP version of this game a lot. I actually don't know, though, if the PSP version has, like, the advanced version's dungeons and stuff. Like, you can swap characters around at the end, but do they have, like, the lunar bonus dungeons where, like, each character has their own little adventure they do? Where Sid plays Crazy Taxi? I've never played that version of the game enough to check that out. If it doesn't, I guess we'll be playing the advanced version of this game instead of the PSP version. I also haven't decided if I want to do After Years or not. Like, I suppose we ought to as part of this project. But man, After Years is real tough. Like, it's a real bad game. And I definitely don't want to play the After Years twice. So, like, if it turns out... Because I have two versions of the game. And if it turns out that they're two, like, very different versions, like, I'll just pick one to play. I would never fault a Final Fantasy game for being too easy. Even though I'm playing this one on hard mode, which I guess is just original difficulty mode. I do not play Final Fantasy games for the challenge, that's for dang sure. There we go. Alright, now let's walk all the way out of this dungeon so we can go talk to our fat chocobo friend and see if there is a rare encounter in here that we have not seen yet. If there is, we're going to come back here and grind it out. And do not let me forget to unequip Tella before he leaves the party. I don't think he has anything unique, but he is equipped with stuff that I... Oh no, he's got the polymorph rod. He does have something unique, so... Yeah, I want to make sure to not lose that polymorph rod. I'm scouring thoroughly the first run because any work we do now that carries over into New Game Plus is work we don't have to do in the New Game Plus. For example, map completion, I'm almost certain carries over. So making sure we get all the map completion now is something we don't have to do in the next run. I don't know if inventory carries over, but by doing my due diligence now, if inventory does carry over, anything I pick up now is something I don't have to worry about missing later. And if it doesn't carry over, that means the third playthrough I have to go the whole game without making any mistakes. And I've already made one mistake in the inventory in this playthrough. So just by getting in the habit of not making those mistakes, we're going to increase our chances of getting to that third playthrough and having a complete inventory. The problem is when Cecil transforms from a Dark Knight to a Paladin, he loses the equipment he has, and I forgot to unequip him before he did that. It's not a huge deal because I can just do that in the next run. But if I forget to do it in the next run, then I better do it in the third run. But again, I actually don't know if inventory carries over or how much. Augments, I'm pretty sure, do carry over. As in, like, what augments people have learned. What I'm going to do is, before we fight Zeramus, I'm going to save in a couple of different files. We'll start a new game and see if we can tell what carried over. That information is on the internet, but I find the internet's information on that kind of thing dubious sometimes. And most of the information about this game is from the DS version, which isn't necessarily true for this version. For example, Rydia in the DS version has a little Marshmallow Man summon that you can power up by doing mini games and stuff. Not in any other version of this game. but you wouldn't know that to look at like some of the information floating around out there. Like a lot of the like walkthrough websites and wiki websites that basically just exist to try to get click-throughs. Just cut-pasted a lot of information from the DS version, just assuming it would apply to all future versions, and it doesn't necessarily in all cases. So even if I looked at a list of this is what carries over for sure, I don't know that I would trust it without testing it myself. See, I was kind of looking forward to doing the little Marshmallow Man mini-games, honestly. Like, yeah, they're dumb, but I don't know, I was kind of looking forward to it a little bit. Tella's gonna break 1,000 hit points. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Ah, right there, it ate my up input, so I picked swap rows instead of attack. Or instead of defend, rather. Thanks, Tella. Oh, he didn't get a turn anyway. It ended up not mattering. Got Tella over 1,000 hit points. Coming through the Tower of Zot, though, I have noticed it feels easier than I'm accustomed to. I'm used to coming in the Tower of Zot and having Tella get like one shot from full hit points. It feels like even in the hard difficulty of this game, they might have smoothed out some of the stuff like that. So, because this area is typically a huge difficulty spike over previous areas, and then the game kind of maintains that level of difficulty for a while. And then like the Sylvan Cave is another enormous jump in difficulty later. I wonder if they just kind of smoothed out the curve a bit. I have played Phantasy Star 4. I'm not the biggest fan of Phantasy Star 4. It's alright. Yeah, I played it back in the day when my brother had a Sega Genesis, and I played it again, I don't know, 14, 15 years ago or so, when it came out on Nintendo Wii. Yeah, like this floor has different battles on it than the other floors do. It's actually weird because I don't remember Final Fantasy III, the 3D version of that, which I just played a couple weeks ago. I played through it. Doesn't have these kind of input finagles. Alright, take me to your leader. So we want to check and see if we've missed any enemies in the Tower of Zot. And if we have them all, we'll just take a look real quick to see if any of them have a unique rare drop that we have to go for. It's looking pretty complete, unless this is a Tower of Zot monster. Like, we won't know for sure if number 68 is a Tower of Zot monster until we get to the next area of the game. But it's looking like we got everything out of there. Because this is the last monster from the Magnetic Cave. And you see their rare drop is a Mind Flayer summon, so we will be back there later. I like how you can animate the monsters, it's kind of cool. Okay, well, let's take a look real quick. Centaur Knight, we've killed a bunch of them. We can get dry ethers from these nerds. The rainbow pudding we can get from other jellies in other areas. Ethers from gremlins, we've killed a couple of those. Black Knight we've killed. White Fang, I believe, is a rare item. We're not going to be able to buy those, but we'll find some in like treasure boxes and stuff later. That's not a unique item. Ice Lizard. Fell Turtles have X potions. Rune Staff. Okay, I'm going to check Rune Staff real quick. I seriously doubt that this guy is the only source of Rune Staff in the game. But if it is, we do have to fight them until we get one. It is a Silence Staff. Where can these be found? It actually does look like, if the wiki is correct, you can only get these from monsters, but there are monsters we can get them from later in the game. It looks like it drops from any version of this monster that summons enemies, which we'll fight several later. Okay, so they do have a unique drop, but we can get it from monsters later on. And that's in their third item spot, not their fourth. I'm not sure if that means that... Like, it's the most rare item that drops from this monster, but I don't know if it means that it's the maximum rarity that a monster drop can be, which I think is 1 out of 64. Marionettes, which we fought. Okay, now we're on into Tower of Babil monsters. Alright, I think the Tower of Zot is complete. We'll know for sure once we get on to the next area. Alright, excellent. $86 is the next monster on that list. Also, do I have 100k yet? No, not close. Not really close. I can buy the Gill Finder augment once I have 100k. So if I go to the next area and we see a gap there, then we know we missed a monster in the Tower of Zot, and in the second playthrough, we're going to have to be more diligent going through there. Yeah, I think it's really weird, because I just saw on Steam, like, oh, we updated. This game just got an update in November. I have no idea what they updated. I played this version of it before, but it's been many years. And whatever they updated, it wasn't the input eating menus, unfortunately. Tella, you're probably gonna fix this here, right? Like, these guys drop the rainbow pudding, which is a very rare drop, which we do need for a side quest, but all puddings drop it. Like, we can get those, we can farm those a lot easier in the Antlions nests. I wonder if I should get the Gill Finder augments now. Like, I don't know how long it would take to farm up 200,000 Gill. But I could do it fighting monsters on the Eblin continent. Because typically money's not a huge problem in this game. Like, there's not really any place in the game where you're going to be hurting for cash. So... I also wonder if it stacks. Like, once in the second playthrough, if I get a second copy of Gill Finder, if I give it to 2 characters, does it stack and I just start raking in millions of Gill? Also, there's like 2 or 3 monsters in the game that have rare steals. Odin has a steal. You can steal an augment from him. And then Zeromis has a steal that you need for the second playthrough of the game. But I'm feeling pretty good about this bestiary right now. I intend to play Axiom Verge 2 when it comes out. I absolutely adore the first Axiom Verge. Big fan. But I don't play games blind on stream anymore. I stopped doing that. I enjoy video games too much, and I found that playing my first playthrough of a game, playing it blind on stream, just kind of hampers my enjoyment of the game a little too much. I'd much rather play a game that I know pretty well on stream and just like showcase stuff and talk about why I enjoy it than... Like, the worst case scenario with a stream is I start playing a game on stream and I don't really enjoy it that much. Because then I'm just in a very awkward position. That hasn't happened a lot, but it has happened. And then for weeks afterward, you get people like, oh, how come you didn't keep streaming such and such a game? They can delay Axiom Verge as long as they want. I'd rather a game get delayed than come out unfinished. But I have high expectations that that game's going to be enjoyable. My experience with the first Axiom Verge, which I did play blind on stream, and a lot of people, while I was playing through it, got very frustrated with me because that's a game where you can get stuck very easily. But while I was playing it, I didn't have much spoiled for me. I think once or twice people blurted out in the channel, like, oh, I can't watch this anymore. Go to this place. That's what you gotta do next. But people told me, like, people that I respect, people that have been friends of mine for years, told me, like, nobody gets 100% in this game. It's not possible. Everybody uses a walkthrough. So I'm like, we'll see about that. And it took me about 60 hours and 3 playthroughs. And it involved mapping out the whole game on graph paper. so I had a study guide as I went, but I got the full hundo in Axiom Verge without a walkthrough. I might be the only human being who has ever done that. So I'm really looking forward to Axiom Verge 2. I'm like, oh yeah, it involved going block by block in a lot of very large rooms with that drill. And then a second or third pass, because like it doesn't matter how granular you think you're being in Axiom Verge. Like there's stuff you're going to miss on that first path, and you're gonna get to the end and be like, oh, I'm still missing like 3%. All right, let's strip the old man for the second time. Now I think it's safe to give Cecil his fire sword back. I have found, though, that in recent years I have been getting like more and more picky about my Metroidvania kind of games. Like there was a time any Metroidvania game, like I'm down to clown. I did unequip him. I'm gonna just triple check. I unequipped him, and I gave him the correct augments. That's still the equipment menu, Cecil. But there are just so many Metroidvania games anymore that like it's to the point now that like a mediocre Metroidvania is not enough for me anymore. I played the newest Shantae game this past year, and it was like, didn't hate it, but it was really underwhelming. Like as a Metroidvania, it was just very mediocre. Whereas if I played the same game in like 2006, it would have blown my mind. I would have loved every pixel of it. But I like playing games like Axiom Verge and Guacamelee. Like, the bar has been raised so much on Metroidvania experiences. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's so many of those 3D Castlevania games. Like, Soten is a masterpiece, obviously. And Circle of the Moon, I remember playing it being like, alright, this is whatever. And then Aria of Sorrow. I actually really enjoyed Aria of Sorrow because it had the Julius mode, which I really, really liked. But then, like, Dawn of Sorrow was like, oh, it's the same game again. And then Aura of Ecclesia is like, oh, it's the same game again. I got burned out on the same series. Bloodstained, however. I love Bloodstained so much. I realize that my YouTube channel has had a hiatus for a couple of months now, but I promise more videos will come at some point, and I have a playthrough of Bloodstained Ritual of the Night already recorded, ready to go. I just need to edit it and finish up Baba Is You first. I never played Portrait of Ruin. I never even tried it. But I am very curious now, watching Iga going forward. Like, were those mediocre Castlevania games the result of, like, Konami hamstringing him as a developer? Like, not giving him the proper budget or proper support? That he really wanted to make a game shine, and that's why Bloodstained stands out so much from the previous games that he made? Or is he going to keep making Bloodstained games and eventually fall back into that same rut? Like, Bloodstained was amazing, but Bloodstained 2 is just going to feel like more of the same, and they'll start phoning it in and reusing a lot of assets.
Why? Why now stay your hand?
You're beautiful. Kiss me, you fool. It's the blue lipstick, it really does it.
Another time. Cecil, you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. But Tella...
But any lesson learned can be a lesson unlearned.
Thinking I
So
could best him. You shouldn't talk.
we'll see.
I brought this on myself. Letting hate consume me so.
Triangle nose.
Avenge.
I do apologize if I don't give... If my response to these kinds of scenes in these Final Fantasy games does not have the appropriate amount of gravitas. But you have to appreciate that I have played all of these games so many times
With that daughter of yours.
that...
Tella, we will avenge your death.
Do kind of miss in this version. I didn't realize that Cid had this like passionate embrace of the old man. Okay, so because we gave Tella 2 augments, he dropped 3 here. Okay, I think I want to give... We're going to use all 3 of these in the tower. Let me think about this. We don't... When do we get Cid's augments? Sorry, I have to do some research on my end here. Because Recall and Last Stand are not useful, really. Last Stand, I think you can maybe put to use in some situations. My notes say to give both of these to Yang, but if I do that, I don't get Cid's augments. Whereas I think we'll get more augments. No, we won't. We won't have a chance to give Yang more augments. Because, okay, we got Recall and Last Stand, which we're going to give to somebody right now. Fast Talker, we're going to give to Rydia. Then we can get the Whirlwind augment. I guess I can give that to Yang. Then we're going to get Draw Attacks and Reach, which I'm probably going to give both to Cecil. So he can combo Draw Attacks, Counter, and Reach together. It says here, Eye Gouge blinds enemies. That's one of the Naming Way side quest rewards. If I can get that... I can give Eye Gouge and Whirlwind to Yang. So let me do some quick research into this Naming Way side quests. Ah, okay, so we can find him in Troya. And then after that, he'll be in Agart, and that's when we have to do pudding farming. And we have to do this kind of now-ish in order to get as many augments as possible. Okay, so I've got 2 augments that I have to give to Yang and 2 that I have to give to Cid. Yang is not going to have a chance to be in the party to receive augments after we've been to the Castle of Dwarves. The next augment after that involves bringing Rydia back to Mist. By that point, Yang has already left the party. So we have to give Tella's augments to Cid right now because he's going to leave. And then give these other 2 augments to Yang so we can receive his stuff later. And that's going to involve pudding farming right now. So I guess we're going to start pudding farming tonight. All right. I guess buckle up, kids, because we're going to be here for a minute. So these 2, like I'm not going to use these. We only need these to get augments from characters later. So we need to give these to Cid right now. We'll give recall to the guy with no magic points. That's fine. I mean, Sid and Tella just shared a very tender moment. This seems... This is for Kane. This is for Rosa. No. Well, these are both for Rosa. This is for Rydia, and this is for Rydia. Alright, I think I've done this correctly. Also, apparently, the aim and throw commands in this game can be used by somebody who's hidden. We can't get the hide augment until the second run through the game. But apparently I can give that to Edge, have Edge hide, and then he can throw stuff while he's hidden. So that'll be interesting. So I wasn't wanting to do any grinding in this series immediately, but it looks like we're going to have to do this pudding grind. Do we have to do it in every playthrough? No, Eye Gouge cannot be reobtained. Ooh, I can't give this to Yang then. That's a unique augment that we can only get once. I have to give this to one of my 5 final characters then. If I can't get multiple copies of it. The other ones that I'm throwing away, I can get multiple copies of. The idea is on the 3rd playthrough, I'm going to give them to somebody in the final party so I have access to them. But if Eye Gouge is unique, then I don't want to give it to Yang, which means we cannot get both of Yang's augments on this run. But we will get both of Sid's. That's unfortunate, but there's nothing to be done. There's just not enough augments in the game to get everything on the first pass. Alright, equipment for Ms. Rosa. You come with good stuff already, but I have a hairpin for you. And a rune armlet that we got from somebody, which is nice. Rosa's going to get dual casts. And she's going to get twin casts. I can give this twin cast to Yang, though. And get both of his augments right now. Because we will get more twin casts. I want all 5 of my final characters to have twin casts, and we're going to get 6 of them total. So I can give this to Yang safely. I'm going to do that. And then, so we will get Yang's augments. This run through then. These are both for Rydia. Okay. I don't think I want to actually equip the twin cast augment to him, but... So Kane is a crybaby. You have everything you need. I'm probably not going to use Prey very much. I'm definitely not going to use Aim at all, so we can get rid of Aim safely. Alright. I think everything's good. And we should have got a full heal, which we did. And for Kane, I even have this Blood Lance. big attack up, but it lowers all his other stats, which is a different drawback than the 2D version where it just has really low accuracy. We're going to give Kane worse armor because I want Cecil and Sid to have better armor because they're in the front row. So Kane can wear the tunic for now. Alright, I think we're in good shape then. And then when we get out of here, we can advance the Naming Way quest a little bit. So she has a counterattack where she does lightning damage to the whole party, which is just outrageously strong. So our main source of damage here is going to be Yang's triple focused punch-tastic extravaganza. Oh good, Rose has only got like 500 hit points. That's fine. I'm gonna cry at her first. Does she have protects and shell? Yeah, protects, target all, and then shell. Target all. See if she has any weaknesses actually. Couldn't analyze. Thanks, buddy. I thought I told Kane to jump. Oh no, I guess I didn't. Oh, I don't want to until the focus is done. Do we have haste? We do not. Do I dare try slow? We'll try slow. That's not good. That was very good. Should I dual cast Kira here? I guess so. Alright, as soon as the Kira goes off, we're going to do some damage to her. So you jump, and then you get ready to attack as soon as the jump comes down. And then she's going to do lightning magic. Yeah, there it is. Oh, that's terrible. But as long as we stay on top of the healing here, it's manageable. And we should only have to do this process probably twice, because that triple focus is a lot of damage. I don't know if she has a way to cause direct damage outside of that counter lightning, actually. Oh, I guess you can use that attack. That's fine. There's triple focus. I'm going to go ahead and cure Cecil because he's taking the most damage here. She hasn't started spinning yet. I don't want to launch an attack with Yang and have it not connect because she starts spinning immediately. Aha, see, that's exactly what would have happened right there if I had gone in with Yang. And that was it. Only 2 of those. Nice. God, this fight was such a roadblock for me the first time I played this version of the game on the DS. Because that counter lightning just tore you to shreds. Because I went into the fight and I'm like, oh, I'll just berserk Sid and Yang. That's what you do against Barbarisha. Look how everybody already knows about these dark crystals, but nobody's ever mentioned them before now. I could have also farmed up the Guild Finder augment to give to Yang, I suppose. I kind of want to see how whether Cecil and Yang actually have a dual cast ability they can do. Because Yang does have magic points. He does. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna just go look. We're gonna see. Instead of brace, which I never use. And we'll just replace your white magic for a moment. Let's just go mess up some Goblitos or something. So that's the only twin cast that we can waste. The other 4 that we're going to get have to go to Rosa, Rydia, Kain, and Edge. So my whole final party has twin cast available. Cecil's gonna counter kill everything before they get a chance to cast his twin cast. Not enough MP. That's freaking hilarious. Well, alright then. Sure thing, buddy. Because I know that Cecil and Rosa have a different twin cast set than Palom and Horum do when they're in the party. Alright, so Namingway ought to be in this town somewhere. And we just missed him somehow. In the inn? Oh, there he is. Two different ladies, I go out with them. Cheating way the two-timer. Yeah, okay, we'll help you out, buddy. This is the inn. Is there a pub in this town? Oh yeah, I guess there must be, because this is where you buy the thing. The pass. Oh, it's her, okay. For some milk? Oh, come on, Cecil. Are you kidding me? Go to a bar and order milk. I don't even drink, and I know you don't do that. And I think that is the full functionality on the Fat Chocobo then. Alright, so next he should be an Agard. Which is where we're going to next anyway. Ooh, there's something back here. Nice. Like, order a Coke or something. What kind of bar even has milk? Just on tap. Most bars have milk. Why, for God's sake? What cocktail uses milk? Clearly, I don't know enough about cocktails. Like, clearly. I worked at an ice cream store, and we wouldn't just serve people milk. Like, we didn't just have milk for people to drink. Alright, we gotta find Namingway here somewhere, apparently. All these people are descended from dwarves. So we've given Sid 2 augments. Yes? Last stand and recall. Okay. So we can't actually get his augments for a little while, but he is about to leave the party soon. I have never heard of the Chocolate Princess in my life. I think you just made that up. Is he going to be over here? On this little cliff? No, but a high potion was. Doesn't milk curdle really badly if you add alcohol to it? I thought it curdled really badly if you tried to mix it with alcohol. Or am I thinking of something else? Where is my naming way man? Well, I have the page open. I guess I could just look. Yeah, here we go. Cheating way. A house in Agar. Oh, he's going to be in the house now. Which is typically, yeah, where he... Oh, so there is a naming way in that house in the 2D version. And he's only here at this point in the... Okay, got it. So he's going to be up back here. Cleaned up his acts. And once I do this, then he's in the dwarf castle. And gives us the augment there. Okay. I knew there was an ice magic item in this town. I knew it. But I don't have to worry about Sid, and I don't have to worry about Yang. And the next person I have to give augments to is Fusaya, and we'll have Sid and Yang's augments by then to give him. So I think we can just continue on with the plot now. And be okay. Oops, I guess we just do this. Push up once. I guess I have heard of people adding alcohol to eggnog. And eggnog is basically just a form of cream. I am going to farm the pudding, but there's no need to do it right now. I was thinking I had to do it now in order to give Yang enough augments, but I had the spare twin cast to give him, so I don't have to worry about doing that right now. Because Yang is the last character to leave the party before Fusaya. When we get Fusaya, we have to give him 2 augments, but we'll have Sid and Yang's augments by that point. So the only character whose augments we cannot get on the first playthrough is Edwards. And we'll make sure to get his augments on the second playthrough. Salve and Hide. Okay, that's what we want. And then we can give Kane's mithril armor back. I am considering just getting... Oh no, we can't do this yet. Never mind. We have Whirlwind to go get. Oh, I almost screwed that up. Because we've only given Yang 1 augment. We've only given him twin casts. No, we can't unequip Sid yet. We do need him for 1 more dungeon. the Archfiend augments that we've been getting, we're going to have to allocate to different characters next run, too. Because we've used Curse, Tsunami, and now we're going to be using Whirlwind to unlock augments on other characters. Whereas in the next playthrough, we're going to want to give those to somebody in our final party. I'm thinking, I'm not really sure, maybe Edge? I have no idea. They're basically just all elemental attacks. And maybe we'll get lucky and get a Mind Flayer spell as we go through. Because we can't revisit Tower of Zot ever, they put Barbaricia's augment in this dungeon here. I want to see what the guild drops look like on the continent with Eblin. Because it might be worth just farming up the Gil Finder augment right now. We're almost at 100k. Rose has got a healing staff, right? Let's do this. We can also safely replace her white magic command because she has dual casts. Sid is still fairly slow. Has always been his major problem. I do kind of appreciate how Kane lands. If he's in the air when you finish combat, he lands so he can do his little victory dance. I like that. In fact, I might be able to get my Gil Finder augment just by selling off like some of the surplus Mithril gear that we'll have. Now that we have 3 users of it and one of them is about to leave the party. Giant's gloves would be nice. We got a power armlet at one point. One thing I am going to check is that at level 72, I think, is the magic number. After that, heroes gain stats based on what augments they have equipped. And I want everybody to get as much plus speed as possible. Alright. So now Yang has 2 augments, yes? He has Twin Cast and Whirlwind. Beautiful. Okay, is there anything I want to do before going underground? I do... Yeah, let's see about getting that Gil Finder augment. I can actually give that to someone in my active party and just enjoy extra Gil for the rest of the game. Sort my inventory first. We'll kill the bonus boss, but I don't have to worry about that till my 3rd playthrough. Okay. Anything I have multiples of, we can sell. We can sell... Ooh, a rod. Healing staff. Ice arrows. A feathered cap. Riddy is going to want one of these. I don't need 2. I think Riddy is going to want that too. Yeah, you know what? We're only like 3,000 gil away. I'm just going to go fight some monsters around Ebelin. I don't know what, if anything, in the inventory carries over, but I'd rather be safe than sorry on that count. So I'm just keeping 1 of everything. There's a similar super boss in Final Fantasy III. Like, if you're not just level 99... You're just dead. Like, you need to be level 99 with crazy, stupid, powerful jobs and all the best everything, or else you just die. We'll see. I have the After Years in this style, but I haven't played it. I've only played the one on the Wii. Yeah, we'll be at 100k in no time. And we gotta add these monsters to the bestiary anyway, so. I haven't used any apples, so if apples carry over, we're gonna have access to those too. It's still not super powerful. See, the final dungeon of the After Years was my favorite part of the game, where every Final Fantasy boss in history you have to fight as you go through this gargantuan dungeon. Like, that was the part that I enjoyed of that game. So the PSP version that has, I think, still has all the bonus dungeons and stuff. I think if we play After Years as part of this, that's the version I'll play. We're getting 300 per fight here. This will only take a few minutes. Use some actual cure magic in the next fight. Or this fight, if we're all just going to be here. Or not. Never mind. We'll just get killed. It's fine. Yeah, the reason that the After Years had the bonus dungeons originally is because it was released like one chapter at a time. And the idea was, like, you'd buy the game, you'd buy like one chapter, and it's only like 2 or 3 hours of content. But the bonus dungeon is there to grind gear and levels and stuff in. So you could get more bang for your buck. Which is a business model that makes sense on, like, a cell phone game. But they released it for Nintendo Wii, and it was, like, within a day, the RNG manipulation had been found for each of the bonus dungeons. So it was just kind of silly, really. Glad you caught the stream, Jesse. Yeah, I moved over to YouTube from Twitch for various reasons. YouTube is a lot better at just archiving streams than Twitch is. Like, I'm going to try to keep playlists of these games as I go. I'm going to try to maintain, like, actual playlists so you can watch all of one game or another as I go. But even if I don't do any maintenance on it, YouTube should just automatically archive the streams themselves so they're findable, whereas Twitch just deletes them after a period of time. I want to make sure we kill this guy in the back row here, because Cecil will heal him. Yeah, I've been streaming on Twitch since like 2014. I've been streaming on Twitch forever. But it's really hard for any of my YouTube audience to find me on Twitch, and Twitch's algorithms are just very hostile towards small channels. So for the past like 2 years or so on Twitch, like, I've just been watching my numbers go down and down and down and down. And it's like, well, if I'm only going to get 10 people watching a stream, I might as well stream to the platform where most of my viewership actually is. There's lots of things I miss about Twitch. For example, there's lots of like stream integration that I'm either going to have to change or just won't work. Like if somebody clicks the follow button and follows my YouTube channel during the stream, like I don't get a notification of it. If somebody donates money, I don't get a notification of it in the stream, and that kind of stuff is just really fun. So I actually have notifications set up for all that stuff on Twitch, but half of it won't work and the other half needs to be retooled. Rosa is my party member, my party leader now for some reason. Okay. These guys all hit pretty hard. D&D, I'm going to continue streaming to Twitch, and we do a monthly book club that we started a few months back. So once a month we do a discussion for our book club, and I'm going to continue doing that to Twitch. Primarily because when I stream to Twitch, I use bad words, which I don't want to do on YouTube. I want to maintain my like PG-13 branding or whatever it is. But I can't like reasonably tell people that have been on my stream, on call with me on the live stream for years, who use bad words to stop. So for D&D and for the book club stuff, I'm going to keep streaming those to Twitch, and I might stream other stuff to Twitch here and there as like I haven't. It's all up in the air right now. I don't know how well this is going to work, or I don't know. It's stressful. I'll figure it out. But that's one of the reasons why the D&D Archives is on a separate YouTube channel entirely, is because of the language that my people use. Also because I kind of felt like my regular viewership would not want to be spammed with D&D videos every week. So that's on a totally different channel. If you've never seen my D&D content, that's on youtube.com/salutetheflumph. I'll leave it up to you to figure out how to spell flumph. I've been running a D&D game every Sunday for, oh god, 5 years now. 4 or 5 years. We're in our 4th campaign now. And every session is on YouTube, so thousands of hours of content of D&D available to watch. If you care about D&D content. I'm actually very picky when I watch D&D content, like on Twitch or on YouTube. Like, I love watching people play D&D, but it has to be a certain kind of play. Like, I'm not even convinced I would like to watch my own D&D content all the time. Because, yeah, when we started streaming Salute the Flump, D&D 5th edition was relatively new. Like, I want to say I started streaming that first campaign even before the DMG came out in that first year. I didn't really like Critical Role either. I didn't hate it, it's just I wasn't inspired to watch a lot of the content. I watched some of it and kind of passed. I much prefer to watch amateur tables than professional actors. I'm much more interested in watching just people winging it. There's 100K, so we are done with Gil farming for the moment. But by the time I started running that campaign, I had already been playing 5e with my other group for a little while. Oh, I can't land in the forest with an airship. Brick Road, what are you doing? Alright, so you... Alright. Did that use up that writ? I think it did, actually. No, I still have it. It's right there. Okay. I don't want Rosa in the lead of the party. Let's go Yang. Alright, so there is a Gill Finder Augment down here somewhere. I am playing this on hard mode, yes. This is somewhat more intricate dancing than exists on the 2D version of the game, that's for sure. I think they might be wearing more clothes than Rosa is, except for the cape. So the goal of the almost perfect save is going to be different from each game, but this game, it means we use New Game Plus and play through the game twice, because you can only play through the game twice. The third playthrough is the last one that you're allowed to do. At the end of that third playthrough, have everybody level 99, have access to all of the augments, have at least one of each item in the inventory, and have all of the spells. And we might want to do some individual stat grinding as we go to level 99. Alright, that was that. I guess she's keeping all the rest of the girls under her dress. Like, she's wearing more clothes in the dressing room than she was wearing out here a minute ago. So, Gill Farmer. I'm tempted to just give this to Kane, because he's the one that's got extra commands. And he's going to be in the party for pretty much the whole rest of the game. I'm tempted to just drop this on your boy here. Because Yang and Sid both have the 2 augments they need. You've got Recall and Last Stand. You've got Twincast of Whirlwind. Because Kane has this open command slot here. So yeah, we're just going to give that to Kane and enjoy extra Gill for the rest of the game. How long it's going to take for that to pay for itself, I don't know, but... So the way it works out, McLean, is the only character whose augments we can't get on the first playthrough are Edward. So I'm going to have 2 junk augments at the end of the first playthrough that I'm just going to give Edward in the second playthrough to get access to his augments. And I think that's all I want to do here on the overworld before we go downstairs. So we could get the eye gouge augment here, but we'd have to do pudding farming now. When we go downstairs, we're going to get draw attacks and reach. I want Cecil to have both of those. After the Tower of Babil, we go back to Mist and get an MP boost augment, which we'll probably give directly to Rydia. When we meet back up with Sid in the Underworld, he'll give us Analyze, Upgrade, and Adrenaline, none of which I need. Those are all trash augments. 2 of those I can give to Fusoya, and 1 I can give to Edward next run. Then we get Rubicante's augment. We steal Odin's augment. We get Yang in the Underworld. Has 3 augments. Focus, Kick, and Brace. Only Focus is useful. And we're going to want 3 people with the Focus command, but Kick and Brace are garbage augments. Level Lusts is the Naming Way augment. Which I guess, okay, it's not a Naming Way augment, it's a Humming Way augment. We just get it from the Humming Way cave. Okay. Piercing Magic is an augment we get towards the end of the game with like a summoning side quests. The last Naming Way augment is Love. We can only get 1 of those, so we have to give that to someone. It is powered up by covering a party member in battle, so I guess if we don't give it to Cecil, it doesn't make sense. And then we get an HP up augment, and then when Fusoya leaves the party, we get Bless, Omnicasting, and Phoenix. Naming Way's last augment is No Encounters. Once we get full map completion, we get Treasure Hunter, which doubles item drop rate. And after completing the game, we get Limit Break, which ups our damage limit to 100,000 instead of 10,000. So that's all the augments in the game. We're not going to miss any. No, we don't get the little Marshmallow Man summon. I was bummed out. He's not in this game. So the second playthrough of the game, we're going to focus on giving Edward 2 garbage augments so we can get his augments, and saving all of the other augments that we gave away in this playthrough. And then the third playthrough, we'll finally have a full set of augments. I think I'm done on the overworld for now. The only other thing we could do is farm the pudding. And I don't think I want to do that right now. So we're not going to. Yeah, it's too bad, because the little marshmallow guy, you had those little mini games to power him up. No more. I think behind 7, the games that have the best chance of getting like a full modern remake are 4 and 10. 4, 7, and 10 are kind of like the highest echelon of Final Fantasy games in terms of story and popularity. Those are the stories that everybody always remembers. They're the games that are kind of like the least married to their weird mechanics. And they're the games that seems to be like most commonly somebody's first entry into the series are 4, 7, and 10. Alright. We have to remember to unequip Sid. Which we can do right now. We're gonna have some... I can't unequip this. Is there an inventory limit in this game? It won't let me have another item in my inventory. Oh, there it goes. It didn't work a minute ago. Now it does. Is it because I sorted the inventory? I don't know what was going on there. We're gonna just ignore that. Ignore that happened. And... okay, so Sid has... his augments. Last stand and recall. Taken off his equipment. Good time to save. I'm not convinced that you can make like an actual full globe-trotting adventure RPG in the classic Final Fantasy sense, in the kind of fidelity that people want games to be nowadays. Like, you can't make a full, like, go everywhere in the world game look and feel like 7 Remake. This is the reason they went with, oh, the game's only in Midgar. They can kind of get away with that in 7, but 7 is the only game in this series where you play the beginning of the game for an extended period of time in one location that is cohesive and which has kind of a self-contained story to it. Like, it's not possible to do that in 6. Because the first 3 hours of Final Fantasy VI, the first like 3 or 4 story beats, take you all the way across an entire continent. So, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of 7 Remake. I love the gameplay. I love playing the game, but I don't think they can. The first game does not have a satisfying story. Because ending the game at that first act, it's like the story, you don't accomplish anything. The characters don't they don't accomplish anything in the plot. No, none of the characters have a character arc. I haven't even met anybody that knows what's happening at the end of that game. So they're going to have to fix all of that as they continue to tell the story in later games, but then they're going to run up against the problem of, well, the second act of the game is this globe-trotting adventure. How are we going to do that using this same fidelity now that we have 30 locations instead of one large location? We'll see. Alright, let's get... so I can't kill all the dolls. I have to let them transform into Calbrina, or we won't get the Calcabrina bestiary entry. See, I love the gameplay in 7, and I think the story scenes that the game does have are fairly good. They did a good job with the voice acting, and they did a good job with the writing, and the characters interact in meaningful ways. But there's no character arcs, there's no story yet. And like the last villain of the game comes out of nowhere with no explanation. The best explanation we get for what happens at the end of the game is Like, I think Aerith says, hey, we have to... Oh! I screwed this up. I have to kill one of the blue dolls and one of the red dolls before they merge. I can't just let them merge. Let's do that again. So a lot of people are... I've seen a lot of people, like a lot of people who like 7 Remake who say it's okay that the game's incomplete. But it's not. It's really not. It's supposed to... It was a $60 game that took... It took me about 40 hours to complete. Like, it's not okay that the end of the game is not satisfying. It's just not. I know people, oh, it's not the destination, it's the journey. But for me, it's the destination and the journey. And 7 Remake, you start a journey, but you don't end up anywhere. There's no destination. I wrote a big blog post about this exact subject. It's like 30,000 words. But the example I used in that post is Horizon Zero Dawn. We're getting a sequel to Horizon Zero Dawn soon, which looks amazing, by the way, and I love Horizon. I loved Zero Dawn. But part of what I really appreciated about that game is, even though it was being presented as the first entry into a trilogy or a longer series, and it clearly was, it still had a standalone story that had a beginning, a middle, and an end. It presented mysteries that got solved before the climax of the story. The main character and the supporting cast enjoy a complete character arc. Like, there are plot hooks and teasers for the sequel in that game. Like, there's an after credits sting, which is fine because it's like, we're making a sequel to this that's going to be the next Horizon story. And that's the difference between 7 Remake and most video game franchises that come out. So, maybe they're geniuses and the later 7 Remake games will make it worthwhile, but they can never fix the problem of this first game just really feels incomplete and can never feel complete. No amount of any good stuff they do in the sequels is going to make that first game feel better. And I think that's a shame. And I think the reason they had to do it this way is you just can't have a globe-trotting RPG in super high fidelity graphics. That's always been the case. Even games like Final Fantasy VI are very abstract, like beautiful sprite work, of course, but very abstract in terms of, like, you're not literally supposed to believe that your characters can swing a sword on this side of the battlefield and deal damage to a monster on the other side of the battlefield that didn't even come into contact with the sword. And this has always been something... I'm gonna cry. This has always been something that this style of RPG has done. They've had that layer of abstractness instead of whatever the highest fidelity graphics are possible on this console. Going all the way back to Dragon Warrior games. What they sacrifice in fidelity, they make up for in expanse. Like, you can really go to a full planet's worth of locations and you can really fight hundreds of different monsters and have this globe-trotting adventure. Okay, so we have both of those in the bestiary, and everything should be fine from here. I want a shell on my peoples, and I guess we'll just throw a cure out to everybody real quick. Even if they're going to tell a different story, even if they're going to tell, like, they're not going to tell the story of Final Fantasy VII. They're going to tell some other story. Even if that's the case, the series is always going to have this first entry in it, which is just eternally incomplete. Like, even look at something like Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings movies. If Cain lands here, I'm screwed. Okay, good. So let's slow you. I've already got Protect and Shell. I'm just going to throw out a Cure spell here. Doesn't look like it has a counter, so I'm not going to worry about focus. And you see this problem in RPGs, and even the Final Fantasy series, going back to Final Fantasy X, 20 years ago now. Like, Final Fantasy X, that's the highest fidelity graphics possible at that era, at the beginning of the PS2 era. You can't make a game that looks nicer than that at the time. And they aimed for that, but when they did, you lose out. You can't do something that looks abstract anymore. You can't have a world map, you know? It's no longer credible to have an airship you can control and fly around yourself. And if you lose those things, you lose the ability to, say, go back and revisit previous areas. So the game now has to be this linear quest of locations. And it's fine, but it's a very different sort of game. And then 12 and 13 and 15 all use little tricks to... that's quite a bit of damage, actually. Let's give Cecil a Cura, and then we'll give everybody a Cura. So 12 and 13 and 15 all use a bunch of little tricks to make the games feel like they're these big globe-trotting adventures, but none of them do it completely expertly. And then the 7 remake, like, they don't have a choice. Like, they can't use tricks to do it. Because people familiar with the old game would know that, oh, we're just being tricked. This isn't what the game's supposed to look or feel like. So they kind of had to do a new story using that framework. And, I mean, I'm curious to see where they go. I'm interested enough to buy the sequel, but I expect to play the sequel and be disappointed again. I think that's what 7 Remake, the sequels, are going to have to do. Like, you'll have individual locations, but they're all going to feel very disjointed. Because... You're out of MP, really? And I took away your white magic. Oh, that's right, I gave you Twin Cast. Well, that was dumb. You can kind of get away with that in Midgar because it's one large location that encompasses lots of other locations that are relatively close together. But even at the end of 7 Remake, you only have access to a couple locations that are a few feet apart. The only way they're going to be able to do anything like the rest of 7's story is a list of selectable fast travel locations, which is not going to be the same feel at all. Like, you're not gonna... The second act of Final Fantasy VII involves following Sephiroth all around the world and doing little adventures where characters get introduced and kind of reinforced in your party. That's... You can tell that story, but it's going to feel very, very different if you're doing it from just this list of linear locations that you have to go to versus places you travel to yourself. If that's the story they're even going to continue telling. I'm always forgiving of typos. I don't bother to fix typos when I make them, like I'm typing on Discord or something. Anyway, those are some thoughts on 7 Remake. We will be playing it as part of this project at some point. One of the benefits of 7 Remake is you can't miss anything. There's no missable content. Because you have chapter select after you finish the game. So that's good to know. barrier shift, huh? So what we're gonna do here... Oh, you don't have white magic. I mean, we might need white magic for this. Yeah, if Cecil doesn't have white magic, we're not winning this fight. God damn it. Yeah, because Riddy is dead here. And Cecil can't win this by himself. I gave Cecil Twin Cast to see if he and Yang had a Twin Cast together. It's functionally the same thing, but... Like, yeah... The dog in Umbra in Final Fantasy 15, it's like... That... It's fine, but it's such a contrivance. Like, the fiction of the world has to contort itself so much to make sure you don't lose access to previous locations. Yeah, we can't bring this back. I need white magic. Because I need to put Shell on Rydia immediately. Alright, let's try it again. See, I think you can tell all of the classic Final Fantasy VII story inside of Midgar. All of the major story beats you have to hit happen in locations that you can just say, oh, these locations are in Midgar now. Gold Saucer is a part of Midgar. The rocket launch site is a part of Midgar. The only time you really have to leave Midgar at all is for the Nibelheim flashback, which is not a location that needs to be visited at any point during the story. I think if they wanted to tell the complete story start to finish and not leave Midgar and have the game take 40 hours, they could have done that. But I think they would have made a lot of the fan base riot as well. Like, a lot of people would have been upset. Whereas if they market it as the first chapter of Final Fantasy VII and they leave Midgar more or less intact and they don't deviate from the story too much, they don't get that criticism. And now everybody's already bought in. So by the time the second chapter comes out and they're forced to deviate more and more, anyway, we'll have to wait and see. I don't think anybody knows what's going to happen. A lot of people seem to think they do, but I don't think anybody actually does. I don't need to slow these guys. I'm not going to. Rosa is going to put up Protect and then just chillax. If Final Fantasy 16, because people are speculating that it's going to come out at some point in 2021. If that's the case, then we'll play it as part of this project and see what happens. I'd be delighted if that happened. It does have a counterattack, and oh my god, it's strong. Alright, we're going to focus then. We're going to beat this guy by focusing. Jesus! That's with Protect up. Alright, alright, alright. It didn't counterattack the first time I attacked it in... I guess we don't need Kain here. dual casts. We're just gonna double Kira here. And we'll use the same trick we used on Barblisha. Wait, where's his white magic? Oh, I thought I gave him white magic. Did I not? Did I not replace that ability? Well, we have to quit again. I thought I replaced his white magic before that battle. But I did not. Maybe I just looked at it and then said that I did, but didn't actually. I think 16 looks amazing, but we don't know anything about it yet. And anybody who says they do are just speculating. Like, nobody knows what's going on with it. But there is speculation that the game is going to come out at some point in 2021. And I kind of believe that because the reveal trailer had gameplay footage in it, which is something you typically don't see ever in an initial like reveal trailer for a game. Like, I can't remember the last time I saw like gameplay footage in a reveal trailer. Usually they just show you 40 seconds of a pre-rendered movie. So that leads me to believe that the game is a lot further in development than previous Final Fantasy games were at the time of their reveal trailers. If they remake Final Fantasy... Okay, so the way that I want to see Final Fantasy VI remade is not with 3D models at all, but with, like, gorgeous, hand-drawn 2D artwork. Like, take the Amano character designs and find a way to animate them and make the whole game look like that. That's what I want to see done with 6. So I'm going to have Yang focus up during the first part of the fight then. So by the time the Calcabrina is ready to party... These things are kind of unnerving in this version of the game. Why does the dwarf princess have a bunch of evil dolls? I think Final Fantasy VI, at least in North America, is the first game that a lot of people came to associate with Amano's artwork. Because that's the first game in the series where the developers really tried to make... Actually, I just want white magic here, don't I? Because I don't need 2 spells. Before Final Fantasy VI, they didn't take a lot of effort to try to make the characters in-game look like their design. You can see this most starkly if you play the Steam version of Final Fantasy V, where you'll have like the pink-headed Lena sprite on the screen, and then in her dialogue window you have the Amano artwork, which looks nothing like that. Oh, come on, Kane, land. Kane? Damn it. This is proving to be more of a pain in the butt than I was expecting. So the problem here is that the orange ones start exploding on me, and if they explode, they kill themselves. And Cecil has his proper abilities here, right? He does. Farewell, Sid. I think Cecil's going to lose his white magic anyway here shortly, just because we won't have space for his commands. Or for all of his commands, I should say. Alright, kids, let's try this again. Yang is going to focus. We're going to have Cecil fight a Kalka then. And we are going to slow them as well. So now if the Brinas explode on us, at least they're adding themselves to our bestiary. Like, even the in-game graphics in 6, like the little character portraits on your status screen, are directly from Amano's artwork. Those are just pixelated versions of that artwork. I'm missing a lot. I really thought jump would kill the Kalkas in the back row. It says 98% accuracy though. There we go. Holy crap, Yang, calm the fuck down, dude. Now we just need them to transform before Kane lands. Okay, he missed, so we're good. I'll use Cecil's turn to cure, though. Oh, kick uses up focus. That's why that did so much damage. Dang it. That wasn't Yang going Hamboni. That was... just transform. At some point. There it goes. Okay. So you focus. You cry. You cover Rosa. You slow and then Cura. Good. Jump can miss in any version, actually. Depending on the accuracy of his weapon. The Stompies right here. We got big Stompies. I need 30 MP at the beginning of the next fight, so she actually needs to use a potion here and not use up any MP. You also need 30 MP going in the next fight, but you got a lot more, so you're okay to kill yourself. Actually, he only needs 15. I want to put Shell on Rydia. Well, I'm doing thousands of points of damage because I'm investing 3 rounds in focus, and each round of focus is times 3 damage. Okay, we've killed Calpagrin. So that should put all of the dolls in the bestiary. So Rosa doesn't even have Berserk early enough in this game to use it against Barbarisha. I must have been a much higher level the first time I played this. Stacking focus is smart in that fight and against Barbarisha because their counter to physical damage is really powerful. Alright, we need Rosa to get a turn. Oh, I wonder if Golbez can be slow. Let's go Shell and slow. We'll have Cecil protect himself. And then we'll Shell and slow. 15, 10. So I've got enough. We can do it. I didn't have a chance. Alright, well I got Protect up. Open your eyes and gaze upon true terror. That's the line that I used for Golbez in Final Fantasy Villainous. So I really need to get Shell on Rydia immediately. So she can survive some of this fight. Or should I Kira? I need to Kira instead. Let's just go for Dragon. Wow. Dick move, Hoss. Look at that nonsense. Rydia always summons with a smile. And he absorbed it. Problem is, I don't know what he's weak to because he barrier shifted. I'd have to spend a turn using an Ether, and then spend a turn using a Libra. Let's see if we can get Rosa back up. And we'll just cycle through all the summons. No, there's no way I can get somebody else back up. Let's see if you like fire at the moment, Scarecrow. It's really hard to keep anybody alive. Okay, so he's changing his weakness again. I'm gonna have to use Rydia's turn to high potion here, I think. Or Cecil's gonna die. What is he like right now, though? We've got to try stuff, I guess. I don't have a spare turn at all. We're gonna have to get like 2 lucky guesses, maybe? Ah, we healed him. Like, how are we gonna heal Cecil? I guess we do have some X potions, but he's gonna die here. Yeah, he's dead. That's it. That's it for Cecil. Well, let's take a shot and see if he likes ice, and hopefully this kills him. Otherwise, we're done. Nope. He gets way more attacks than we do. We might have to land slow on him. But Rosa doesn't get a turn fast enough. If Cecil can get Shell up on both of them in that fight, that would go a long way, but that Osmos spell completely destroyed me. What other resources do I have? I have 1 X. I've got 2 elixirs. Giving Cecil an elixir if he gets hit by Osmos might be in the cards. I've got 4 of these. The problem is spending around using an item puts me behind quite a lot. I do have Spider Silks to slow him with. Maybe that's what I'll do. Whoever has the first turn in the Golbez fight, have them use a Spider Silk, rather than try to wait for Rosa to get a turn. Unless it's Cecil, because if it's Cecil, he needs to shell himself. I have Hermes sandals too. Might have to use Hermes Sandals and a Spider Silk and see where that gets us. I don't know if Bio would work. He changes his weakness. He has Barrier Shift. And I don't have a way to check his weakness either. That would use up Cecil's turn and his magic points, and he has to spend every single turn keeping Rydia alive. Interesting that Focus does work with Kick, though. I don't think I was just expecting that. Well, Kick was a bad idea, it turns out. Why did you hit yourself with that, Rosa? I thought I targeted Yang with that. So Kane should land and kill another one of the cows, and then Cecil can kill the last Brina. So triple focus Kick is a good way to just avoid the Calcabrina entirely. Like, if you just don't want to fight the Calcabrina. And I need to save the rest of her magic points. Cover Yang, actually. Okay. The dolls, all one of them, are joining together as one. You definitely want to go into the next fight with max hit points on Cecil. No effects. I actually want him up. Even though he's not going to take... Holy Christ. That was with Protect. She just wants... See, this is the kind of difficulty I was expecting to see in Tower of Zod. That's typically what happens in the Tower of Zod. Yeah, use up all my Phoenix Downs. Actually, you jump again. Because I think one more jump will finish the doll off. Oh, god damn it. I thought one jump would be enough to finish the doll off. I guess not. Oh, Yang was already at full. I don't know why I did that. So we're not going into the Golbez fight at max hit points, which is bad news bears. Could also turn the battle speed down. I don't have it turned up, though. It's at the default setting, which is like midway through the little meter. Okay. Who's going to get a turn first? It's more important to get Cecil hasted than Golbez slowed, I think. So we got a few of these, cast slow, and we've got we got a couple of these. Oh, you can only use these items on yourself, and it, for some reason, it triggered the cutscene while I was in my menu. Did I leave it on active in the menu? There's no way. I always turn it on to wait. This is just a rough fight. Well, let's see if we can get... we can't cast Shell on the first turn. I can have Rydia cast haste on herself, maybe? Nobody got a turn off. So yeah, spellcasting items, you can't even target other characters. You can only target yourself. So Cecil wouldn't have been able to haste himself anyway, because I also wanted him to have Shell. No, this is a loss. We have Cecil at 1,300 hit points. Like, I just don't see this going anywhere. Cecil has to cast Kira every round just to stay on our feet. And as soon as Cecil casts a spell, I bet that Osmos is a reaction to it. I wonder if the spell he's using... He's going to start with Bio. No, he started with Drain. Okay, so that's actually good for us, because that gives us the turn to do this. Can he be slowed? Let's find out. In the 2D versions of the game, it kind of is a gimme fight. You really only have to use a summon spell once to win. I wonder if this is a clue to what he's weak against. I wonder if because before he used Fyra and I wanted to hit him with Ifrit. I wonder if I want to hit him with Rama now. Let's try it. We have Shell, so we're much more survivable than we were, so that's good to know. And he didn't open with Bio for whatever reason. And he's slowed, so we have that going for us. And that's it. Cecil doesn't get to heal anymore. No, it's not a tell. Okay. Cecil's out of MP, so we're down to high potions with him. So if it's not a tell, because the previous fight he opened with fire spells and he liked Ifrit. I wonder if you're just supposed to guess, because we don't have a way to scan him. We don't have the action economy to do that. Getting the party back up is not going to happen. We don't have the resources for it. He is slowed, so he's acting less often, but he uses multi-target spells, and we're just not able to revive somebody and heal them and keep us into a situation where we can then heal whatever spell he casts. Yeah, I don't think there's a correlation to the magic he uses versus the magic we're supposed to use against him here. How many Phoenix Downs do I have? 6. And we're in a position where we can survive one hit, but we don't have any multi-target healing. Even if we got Rosa back up, she doesn't have the MP to be a sustainable healer. I think we just have to... I'm going to use an ether on Cecil. And hope he doesn't get osmosed again. I probably only have to hit him with 2 summons in order to win this fight. Is there a way to scan using an item? There's a bestiary item, isn't there? But I don't have one. I don't have one. Alright, we're going to... I'm gonna try it. Analyze target. Didn't tell me anything though. What's the deal? There we go. Okay. Yeah, right now he's... Oh, we only have to Libra him once, and then we have his... That's the gimmick. Libra works differently in this game than it does in previous versions of this game. I Libra him once, and then we just have the information for the rest of the fight. Alright, we should be in good shape now. Cecil didn't get osmosed. That's good. He's gonna cure. Unless we lose access to that data when he barrier shifts next. Like if it clears that window. But it shouldn't. That would just be too mean. But then it is this game, so who knows. We need to Kira again here. It clears it. We don't have access to the data anymore, so we have to Libra him again. Okay, we can do that. I'm gonna have her use a high potion on Cecil then, and give him some more hit points to work with. I wasn't expecting the cast again so soon, because now Riddy is in big trouble. Riddy is dead here. Okay, that came out in time. So yeah, even though Libra is supposed to give you access to that window, it's like you still have to recast it every time. He likes... That's ice now, so we like Shiva now. After this fight, we'll be able to give Riddy a fast talker, so these summons come out twice as quick. This is a relatively conservative outfit for Shiva. Oh, we gotta do this 3 times. Well, alright. I'm down. You high potion yourself. Cecil's got enough hit points to last another round. Yo, the game has teeth! Who would have thought? And now we like lightning. It's also possible he barrier shifts in a particular pattern every time. It's possible he always goes fire, ice, lightning. And if you just know the pattern, you can skip using the Libra spell here. At least he's not able to barrier shift after I make my spell selection, which is the problem with Hein in Final Fantasy III. Is barrier shift is just one of his commands he can randomly use. So if you Libra him, and then he barrier shifts at the start of the next round, whatever spell you picked is no longer acceptable. I cannot believe he's not dead. But we got Rydia has a turn here to high potion herself after whatever spell he uses, so we should be okay here. Oh, here's Osmos. We're hitting Rydia with Osmos today, huh? That's not good. That's extremely not good. We have to use an ether on Rydia. Like, just to win the fight. I'm going to save his turn. What do we like now, buddy? Now we like fire again. I wonder if we're just going in order. Fire, ice, lightning. Fire, ice, lightning. Yeah, slow is a necessity in this fight. Absolutely. I don't know what you do if you get here and you don't have any of those spider silks. That's good. We got it. 4 summon spells he takes. All right. All right then. My Pepsi's gone. I don't have any more. And I'm gonna have a hard time affording new equipment here in the Dwarf Castle. Wow, we got 16,000 gil for that fight. I wonder how much of that was the Gil Finder and how much of that is just it's a tough fight. What happened to you? Well, I got hot. That's what happened. Rydia and her outrageous neon lipstick have joined the party. Oh, he doesn't even do the glove in this version. That's too bad. So we're going to give that to Cecil. And there's another augment here we're also going to give to Cecil pretty much immediately. Everybody's dead, right? Yeah. Okay, so we need to give Bard Song to Rydia. And we're going to give Fast Talker to Rydia. And we're going to give Draw Attacks to Cecil. Rydia probably needs better equipment. Like, she wants this polymorph rod for the intellect, for sure. Oh, she's got the good stuff already. That's the best stuff we have available for wizards. Okay, that's fine. Alright, I'm going to run outside and save, because there's stuff inside the castle. There's another augment we're going to get. In fact, and we have to do some shopping too. Yeah, let's go ahead and save here. In fact, I'm going to give her Bard Song just instead of attack. Because eventually she's going to get Haste March, which is awesome. And then we'll give her Fast Talker. And I don't want to give Cecil Draw Attacks just yet. I don't know if we have to fight down here or not. You know what? I bet we do. I should hit the inn before we do anything else. No, I should loot the treasures and things. I think we might want to take a minute or two and do some leveling up as well. Like, just get as much of the world map as we can get from our current position. And that will replenish the gil that we spent getting the Gil Finder augment. Another one? No, that was it. There's no need for Rydia to have the attack command. Like, that's just not necessary. And eventually we'll find Naming Way here, but not until we do his pudding farming. And I don't think I want to do pudding farming until we have the item drop augment. Like how the dwarves have decided they have no use for their own treasures, so we can just have them. We or the dead man. Why do you want him to change the walking through walls? I love the secret passages in Final Fantasy IV. It's a lot friendlier in these versions of the game than in the original versions. Especially in Final Fantasy III, like when you get to the Cave of Darkness. Cave of Darkness in the Famicom version of Final Fantasy III is some special. I'll say that. Okay, items available here. These, I am certain I can buy in, say, Troya. If I had a small stack of these, that Golbez fight would have been a lot easier. Let's buy some. I don't know anything about System Shock. I own a version of it. Somebody gifted it to me on Steam, but I've never played it. So I don't know anything about it other than it's like a primitive version of BioShock. So that's I am totally oblivious to System Shock. I don't think I want to summon the Chocobo just yet. I just want to get the goodies out of here. And then we'll do the developer's room. And there's an augment down there. This is the game telling you that the time for tents is over and the time for cottages is now. I sort of enjoyed the first BioShock. Like, it was okay. It was a decent enough game. It didn't blow my mind or anything. BioShock Infinite I liked a great deal. Really, really enjoyed BioShock Infinite. And then the DLC for BioShock Infinite, where, like, it's basically Metal Gear Elizabeth. That's my favorite BioShock game to date, is that DLC. I was not a PC gamer growing up, and like anything that had a major presence on PC before, I would say like 2010, is probably something I have little or no knowledge of. I was a console boy for pretty much my whole life. Okay, do we want anything here? I'm not actually sure. Like, he's gonna get an ice sword in the next dungeon. Like, we do... Oh, we have one of those already. We do need to buy all this stuff eventually, just to complete the inventory, but it's all for sale, and it never stops being for sale, so... we do need some... So we can't afford any of this stuff anyway, because we spent all our money on that Guild Finder augment. Yes. Yeah, thanks, buddy. You got it. Okay. So after we do everything there is to do in here, we should get another augment. Oh, I don't... Okay, I didn't have to sit there and watch that. Nice. Whew. Sure, why not? I whammed him. Sure, why not? I gotta wham him again now. I wonder if this means he's gonna appear in the bestiary. Call it a draw. All you did was stab Rosa once. Like, is that your plan? Stab the lady and then try to wiggle out of the fight? I'm not going to wait a second. I'm going to murder this man. What's wrong with your other arm? How much can she restore for? Oh, I guess we don't find out now. We actually killed him. Okay. Alright. Karate Man. Yeah, they're fine. Pigman. Like spicy meat buns. Ghost Man. Oh, this is a reference to the little marshmallow guy that's not in this version of the game. Who had a little white rectangular head. I don't understand why they took him out of the game. Should I be afraid of this guy, I wonder? Nakahara. Yeah, this looks like we need to take him reasonably seriously. Yeah, like the only classic RPG series, like PC series, that I've played extensively has been the Elder Scrolls, from 3 onward. And I didn't play them on PC either. I played Morrowind on the original Xbox, which was not a great experience, but it's what I had at the time. I don't really want you to do anything this turn. You can just save your turn. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the little mini games you could have just retooled to not use touch controls. Oh, good job, King. You missed. Excellent work. So there's that good regen that we got. $1,130 sound effects. Play all of them. What's up, big guy? I mean, that's not what Chubby Chocobo does in this game anyway. I mean, it eats my inputs sometimes, so... Not terrific, I guess? Counter Thundaga, huh? Well, Cecil's dead. So we're gonna trip focus this nerd. Okay. Like, is this guy just gonna destroy me? Is that the idea here? Let's Kira Yang and then get Protect up. And now we're asleep. This fight might not be winnable. Like, this is a lot of big numbers being thrown around. Oh, and we healed him. Like, this feels like it's a gimmick kind of fight that you're not supposed to win, but I don't know that for a fact. Like, even Protect. Like, I can do Blink, though, maybe. But he's still got spells. Let's Blink Yang. I'm almost certain this is gonna end up being a gag, yes. Like... $3,700 damage. Like, yeah, this is fair. I'm gonna hit him with Trip Focus and see if that does me any good. He counterattacked with Thundaga, which is not nice. Maybe now he's just casting Thundaga. Alright. We're still alive, kind of. I don't want to waste any more Phoenix Downs on this nonsense, though. Focus. We'll just see what the Trip Focus attack does here. We'll just see. Like, it might just be that he has like 8 hit points or something. You just need to... I hit 9,800 damage to him. And he's undead, so Kane can't hit him because he got the Drain Spear. Both of my white mages are dead, and trying to get them back up is probably not going to work. And he counters with Thundaga. Alright, I'm just going to blow the fight. Because I'm fairly certain there's no way to win this. We can come in relying on Yang and triple focus and hope that like 2-trip focuses do win. But I feel like we'd have to buy a bunch of Phoenix Downs. Because even hitting him with that weakness is not... Let's see if we get a game over or if like that was kind of supposed to happen. Yeah, see? I wonder how much health he has, though. And then he gives me a full heal afterwards. What a jerk. Like, that fight's winnable, depending on how many hit points he has. What was his name? Fujimo. And now I can't fight him again. Chocobos are delicious. Oh, you scared him off. Thanks. I was going to talk to that Chocobo. Will you fight me again? Alright. We're going to slow and shell for that multi-target Thundaga. You are going to... And Protect's not going to do any good. I don't think he countered magic. You cry. You focus. You summon Ifrit. You don't know Blink. Blink is what I need next. God damn it. That's exactly what I didn't want you to do. Alright, so raise Yang. And I can't... I guess I could do this. Shell. I want to blink him, I think. I can't. God damn it. Alright. Blink yourself and then raise Yang. I need to cover Yang immediately. That's what I have to do. We'll do that once Yang gets up here. I could scan him if I had a round to use, but I don't. I guess King could use one of those bestiaries we just bought. Well, both my white mages are working overtime right now. You focus. This is going to put people to sleep. And Cecil is silenced, which isn't good. You focus. Now Cecil's dead. Like, I could scan him with one of these. Raise Cecil and blink Yang. Nope, doesn't show his HP. Weak to Holy, though. Like, he has to have an HP total. It's possible that he's getting, like, a full heal every round, like, if it really is supposed to be an unwinnable joke fight, but... Cast Kira on Yang. Dual cast. Kira, Yang, raise Kane. Focus. So you can see that Fast Talker doing some work, because her summon spells are coming out faster than they did in the Golbez fight. There's really no point to healing anybody. Well, no, that multi-target Thundaga could come out. We're not going to use any more items in this fight, just in case it is completely unwinnable. We could also just come back at the end of the game when we're like super monsters. Raise Cecil. This is like right on the edge of possible, depending on what kind of hit points he has. Like if he only has like 30,000 hit points, it should be possible to pull this off. We might have to spend resources though. Alright, use... Start murdering ourselves. Finishes off Hoss. How did Cecil miss himself? Maybe we'll come back at like the end of the game and see if this guy is beatable. Alright, but now that we've spoken to everybody in the developer hall, there should be an augment laying around somewhere. I might have to leave and come back in. Unless there's stuff down here that I didn't do. Or the wiki is wrong, which has happened before. Oh, there's still people to fight down here. Okay. There. Game designer. We're just fighting game designer. That's it. I think Homeboy tried to lick me. Good night, McLean. Sleep well, my friend. What year is it? Unfortunately, it is 2020. Try to stop himself. Bizarre. So he's repeating himself now? What's the... I feel like this guy should have been dead by now. Can we see his hit points? Couldn't analyze. Is this thing even defeatable? He has his curse, so we're doing way less damage than typically. I'm going to alternate focus and attack, I think. There it goes. Alright, now if I leave and come back in, will there be an augment on the floor somewhere? Looking for some sparklies. Oh, I didn't talk to you. Why do all these dudes want to fight me? Like, I'm not going to give you a drink, son. I'm going to start summoning. Immune to cry? Ooh, that's serious. Ain't nobody immune to cry. Is he even gonna attack me at any point, I wonder? No, he didn't get a drink. I'm pretty sure I did talk to everybody at this point. So let's leave and let's come back in. Maybe we gotta talk to everybody on one visit. I'm not actually sure how this works, but we're supposed to be able to get an augment once we've spoken to everybody. But I'm not sure where it's supposed to appear. Aha, there it is. Reach. Okay, so I'm going to give this to Cecil. Now. So I want to combine cover, draw attacks, and reach. So I can't replace the item command. draw attacks, cover, and reach like this. We forego his item command, but I could like make it defend his default or whatever. But I think what this means is I can do something like this. And Cecil will take all of the physical hits and counter all of them as well. Which should improve his damage output significantly, even though I can't attack with him. So I want to try that out. And now we need some money. Ugh, this again. Can we just run? I feel like I started playing the last story, but didn't make it very far into it. So if Cecil counterattacks even while I'm defending, that's going to be really powerful. And it should take the sting out of physical attacks for much of the game. And I shouldn't need his white magic very much if Rose has got dual casts. The next thing I want to do is go outside and get some overworld map completion. That'll also earn me some gil, and then I can do some shopping here. And we'll see how this augment set actually works. Whether I like it or not. Is Sid still here? Oh, I can't even get in the airship. Alright, so Sid must still be here or something. We've got Gil Finder, so we're getting bonus Gil. And I just need enough to complete the shopping excursion in the Dwarf Castle. It's all I'm asking for in life. It's all anyone could ask for. I wonder if cover, like his ability to auto cover, like he won't need cover if he's got draw attacks. I could replace that with attack and then just have him attack. He shouldn't need cover and draw attacks at the same time. Let's see how that works. Yeah, become target of all enemy attacks. So that should just supersede his ability to auto-cover entirely. And then it's just a matter of keeping him alive. And I wonder what happens if you give two people draw attacks. Like, does the enemy have to select between one of those two targets? Mithril hammer. Let's sell that. Make some bank. I thought that was their weakness. They were reptiles. I'm waiting to get a bard song called Haste March. I think it's something you just learn at a higher level. Because counter has a 100% proc rate. Oh, these guys... We need to burn them down with Blizzara. Because, yeah, they get healed by the Fire Sword. More mithril hammers to sell. Alright, looks like we just got a couple more squares to grab up here. And I think we have enough money now. Well, maybe we do. After we sell these mithril hammers off. To buy the new armor moves. Googly-eyed varmints. Got a stone blade. Interesting. It's a good sword. That's got to be a rare drop. I don't think we're supposed to have that yet. I got Brave Fencer Musashi as a birthday present back in the day. My friend bought it for me, and when she gave it to me, she said, "Here, I got you the Final Fantasy VIII demo," and they included some game in it. I know my buddy Jasu just played through Brave Fencer Musashi recently. Was it Jasu I saw? Somebody that I follow streaming on YouTube. I think it was Jasu Bakumatsu. Played through it. I haven't played it since 1998, so I have no idea if it's any good. So the days of getting surprise one-shot by physical attack should be over. Thanks to Cecil's new loadout. I remember the game being, like, reasonably fun, but, like, the story of it, the dialogue and everything being super cringy. And I played it when I was 15, so that's probably not a good sign. Got Quake already, huh? Sweet. Yeah, Counter has a 100% proc rate. That's awesome. And we petrified him. Good old Quake spell. So once we get back to the overworlds, we can get an augment that gives Rydia more magic points. So we should be able to chain cast Quake for days going through some of these dungeons. Fairly high encounter rate out here. Alright, so we should have enough goods to do some shopping now. So draw attacks is making Cecil get hit by every physical attack. And he's got heavy armor, and he's in the back row, and he has high hit points. So he should be relatively safe doing that. And he has counter, so every time he gets hit, he retaliates with his own attack, and he has reach, so he does full damage from the back row. I think that is going to be a very good build for our Paladin buddy going forward. I don't really need to buy any of this. I can afford one set of flame mail, and I think I want it. Yeah, because Kane's in the front row now, so... Well, the physical defense, though, is not going to be useful because Cecil's drawing all attacks. I don't think I need any of this right now. And I can always buy some later. I mean, bosses will have magic attacks, but we can always cast Shell. I'm trying to decide if it's still worth investing. You know what? It is. In case I want to break the combo, Kane's going to want the best armor he can get, so we will buy this for Kane. Because right now he had a Bard's Tunic, which is not terrific. Oh, to get to the sell menu, you've got to push a special button here. I always forget. Alright, so we got some stuff we can sell off from those fights. We have a couple mithril hammers. We can sell 2 of those. I thought I sold the bonus healing staff. We can sell 1 of those. We only need 1. Can sell all of these because I have 1 equipped. Can sell this extra headband. Can sell the extra mithril helm. I can sell the extra Sage's surplus. I'm gonna hold on to the extra power armlet in case I want it for something. Maybe Edge will want it, and I can sell the extra mithril gloves. And that should give me enough to afford a flame shield. It does. Like how armor is 20,000 and a shield is like 1,200. As far as this goes, I don't think we need any of this. Cecil doesn't have cover right now. He has 5... everybody has 5 slots. And I want him to have attack, and you cannot replace items. You can only replace attack with some form of an attack. So draw attacks is just supersedes cover entirely. It does what cover does, plus more. And then this lets him attack from the back row, and then this counter attacks. And I've got... Like Rosa, I replaced her attack command with the healing staff, which is the only way to use a spellcasting item in this game. And for now, she has her white magic, but later we're going to replace that with something else. Dual cast mostly supersedes that anyway, and pray we don't actually need at all. And we're never going to use this aim command ever. Kane has my Gil Farmer, and I gave him Cry, which lowers enemies' defense by a lot. Rydia has Fast Talker, and eventually she's going to get her own dual cast next playthrough. So I expect with Rydia we'll be replacing Summon, and she'll just be a dedicated Black Mage with dual casts and Fast Talker. And she's also got that MP augment coming. So we're probably going to have to replace her attack command with Black Magic. Where is my greens? I want to see if all that stuff showed up in the bestiary. I think Edge can make use of dual casts. Alright, so we do have some holes, but all of these areas where we have holes are places where we can go back and revisit eventually. Like this, I think, is an overworld enemy between Mount Hobbs and Babil. These guys are what we're going to farm the Rainbow Pudding on later, probably. All this is Mount Ordeals. And then in Barren, okay, so we're missing one in the Barren Waterway. And then we got the overworld around Troya, which we didn't get all the fights in. We've been through Lodestone Cavern, and then up in Tower of Zot, and... what's this? Okay, so this is the overworld around Eblin. So Tower of Zot, then Overworld around Eblin. So we've got everything from Tower of Zot. And then there's some stuff in the Overworld around Eblin we didn't get. And here's some stuff in the Underworlds. And then we're going to start filling out stuff in the Tower of Babil, which includes some of these enemies here. Alright, so the bestiary is coming along nicely. The boss segment here. Okay, so we got all of the dolls and Golbez counts. It looks like none of the monsters we fought in the developer's room count. Alright, fair enough. We gave 2 augments to Yang, we gave 2 augments to Sid, so we're going to get all their augments. I'm going to have a couple of throwaway augments to give to Fusaya to get his stuff, because he actually has good stuff. Doorway's here. No, the battles are not largely the same. The boss battles especially, bosses have like new abilities that make them a lot harder. Barbaricia and the Golbez fight were both they're very doable, but you have to piece together the strategy after a couple of losses. Getting around Golbez's barrier shift was a major challenge. And unless it's been changed in this version, Rydia will eventually get a bard song called Haste March, which gives haste to the whole party. That was a mistake. You're dead. No, the battle system is relatively the same, which that's the case for most Final Fantasy games that use an ATB system now. Like, we don't see dramatic changes to the nuts and bolts of the battle system until Final Fantasy X. You asleep, son? Enjoy your nap. But playing this after Final Fantasy III, which I just played a couple weeks ago, like, you can tell, like, ATB is the solution to all of the janky boss fights in Final Fantasy III. Like, they were really trying to design more gimmicky boss fights that were outside of the realm of just deal damage and heal, which every JRPG had done until that point. But getting inventive with their boss fights created problems because of the, like, round-based system that they used. And ATB just cuts right through the middle of all that, and it really is the solution to all those problems. I'm going to replay Final Fantasy III at some point on the stream as part of this project, and you'll see exactly what I mean. There's a couple of boss fights that just... they work, but they work a lot better in an ATB system. That's definitely how I played it. When I first bought the DS version, I didn't pay attention to augments at all. I didn't get any of the really good augments because I didn't realize I had to give augments to people I wasn't going to see again in order to get their good stuff. Sometimes when you enter a map, it actually puts you a few steps forward, and you got to make sure that it counts the map completion of the actual entrance of the map, which it did for me today, so that's nice. Get this back wall up here. We'll use Shiva here. Against the 2 flame dogs. Yeah, see, Final Fantasy III is such an easy game if you know don't change jobs ever. Just pick a job and stay there. By the time you get to job level 40 or 50 or so, which happens naturally if you don't switch jobs before the mid game, you start hitting the damage cap halfway through the game. So what I like to do is just set a monk and a thief in the beginning of the game and use them for the whole game, monk and thief. But that requires knowing the game. Like, you can't expect a first-time player to realize that's what they're supposed to do. Rose's job in this setup is basically just to keep Cecil alive. Like, that's all she has to do. There are some points in the game where you have to change jobs in order to fulfill some game gimmick. Like, you have to change everybody to go Black Mage in the Nepto Shrine. But yeah, outside of that, you just want to have a monk and a thief. Or anything, really. You could pick a warrior or a red mage or whatever you want. So something that can attack. And you just let them build up job levels through the whole game. Thief is especially good because they're fast. And you only gain job levels if you take actions in combat. So a fast job like a thief or a monk will gain job levels faster than a warrior or a knight. No, the Famicom version is very different. Famicom version, the job system works totally different. In that version, there are jobs that just supersede other jobs. But Thief is still really, really good. The major difference is in the Famicom version, some of the jobs are just bad. They're just real bad. Like if you try to use an Evoker or a Geomancer or a Bard or a Ranger, like you're just not going to have a good time. I'm less sure about Ranger than the other ones. Like maybe Ranger can be made into a good job, but I don't know. The best way I can tell you to cheese the NES one is to find maps of the game areas, because there's so many secret passages with like really good equipment. You can get a lot of really good stuff fairly early. Like you get free copies of all of the second tier magic. if you know where the secret passage is in the Viking base. But Final Fantasy V is a system where it's really designed around experimenting with all the jobs and then being able to mix and match jobs on the same character, which is something that 3 lacks. Typically what I like to do is I have my thief and my monk, and then I'll have a third party member who's a warrior or a knight or whatever, somebody that uses heavy weapons and armor, because the game gives you a lot of those. And so I just like to have a character that can make use of all that gear. So typically that character will go from warrior to knight to dragoon, and then end the game as a dark knight. And then I'll have my last character as just a spellcaster. Like, I'll start out as a red mage, and then it goes red mage to scholar to bard, typically to devout at the end of the game. Ooh, get scorched on, nerds. Look at this mess. Alright. I dig it. Look at this. I think we're going to take a do-over on this fight. So the last dungeon of Final Fantasy III is a grind in the sense that it's long and it has a lot of parts, but you're not supposed to take it all in one lump. There's actually 4 separate dungeons. And there's no save points. But like typically what you'll do is there's the first dungeon you go through, and then it dumps you back out on the world map, and you can save there. And then you go inside like the base of the Crystal Tower. And then there's 2 paths. One goes up the rest of the Crystal Tower, and then one goes over into Eureka. And you're supposed to do Eureka first. That's where you unlock a bunch of your endgame gear. So by the time you're ready to actually start the last dungeon, you've already completed 2 stages of it. The difference between in the job system in Final Fantasy X-2 is, first of all, you can't use the abilities of one job in another job, but you can switch jobs in the middle of battle. So that's the big difference. But I love 10-2. I think it's a fantastic game. I like it more every time I replay it. It's also a fairly easy game. Like, it doesn't really demand mastery of its job system the way that 5 and 3 do. Here's a room up here, yes. I don't think it has a hard type, no. It's just an easy game, that's all. An easy game all around. Alright, so I want Cat and Hell Claws. You got it, buddy. I actually prefer 10-2 to 10 by a fair bit. We'll be playing both eventually. I have to go back to the previous floor. There's a map that I missed there. Yeah, this is not the path I was supposed to take yet. Egg? The egg hatches when you attack it. So I'm going to try to attack it with a triple focus yang. Oh no, it hatches anyway. Okay, fair enough. I like 10's battle system a lot. I like its... the actual fighting, the actual combat you get into, I like a fair bit. But I think the sphere grid is really dumb. And the story is just too much. The way that the game tells its story is just too much. The cutscenes are like terrible. And they make the story appear to be worse than it actually is. Like, the story is actually not that bad. But the characters are so unlikable because of how badly directed the voice acting is. And the cutscenes are long. And they are very slowly paced, very stretched out. Like, there's a lot of... Like, one character will say a line, and then there will be an awkward pause, and then the camera focuses on the second character, and then a second awkward pause, and then the second character will reply to something the first character said. Like, there's just a lot of that. We need to summon Shivala here. Put up shell in case we get scorched. Like, at that time period in like 2001, it's just they hadn't figured out quite how the voice acting and the cutscene direction was supposed to work, I guess. Because 12 largely doesn't have those same problems with cutscene pacing. The cutscenes in 12, like, there's more focus on making the dialogue make sense. The voice acting is 1,000 times better. And there's more action in the cutscenes, like, there's more character motion. So it might just be that 10 has some growing pains. And you can skip cutscenes in 12 too, yeah, like, that's a big deal. I'm not looking for the save point yet. There was a spot I hadn't completed a map yet. We have to go back to the previous floor. Some of these maps we're not going to complete until we come through the other half of the dungeon. My stone blade just healed this thing, by the way. So I wonder if the egg counts as a different bestiary item. I've seen a lot of defense against that laughing scene in 10, like, oh, it's supposed to be awkward, that's the point. Like, not like that, though. like, it's supposed to be a kind of awkward scene between the two characters, given what they're discussing and what one of the characters knows and the other one doesn't. But it's not supposed to be, like, norm awkward. It was a different flavor of ridiculous than they were aiming for. This map we didn't complete. Let's complete it now. And this door, I think, goes to other treasure. Ah. Alright, I want Shell on everyone. And I want Kira on everyone, in case they start using Scorch. Thank you. That status effects are worth using in Final Fantasy X is one of the biggest bonuses of the system. Not only do status effects work against mostly everything, but if it doesn't work, the game clearly conveys that information to you. You get a big pop-up that says, enemy is immune. And that's super nice. Are we seeing Shiva at any point today? Or... there she is. And that's something the series kind of continues with. In 12 and 13, statuses are very, very good against enemies. In fact, in 13, I think they're mandatory. Like, you can't play a game of 13 without using saboteurs. This friggin' guy. Nope, I didn't mean to attack that dude. Cecil, you are about to die, my friend. Yeah, like in Final Fantasy V, for example, like, you can never tell if a monster is immune to a status effect or if it just missed. Are we better than Stoneblade? No. So we will probably use that Ice Brand against Rubicante when we get there. This is such a good build. I am very pleased with what's happening right now with these nerds. I don't even need to input a command or swap rows or anything. Y'all homies just can't represent. Maybe it does split the tower maps into separate entities for this version. So this is another area that's not revisitable, but it doesn't get taken away from us right now. Like, we have access to it until quite late in the game. I might want to give the upgrade augment to Edge. Because Edge otherwise does not have an ice weapon in the Rubicante fight. Oh, we won't get that augment before Rubicon City. Never mind. We don't get Sid's augments until after Rubicon City. That's not going to work. It's like just all stats up, but his attack goes down. Speed is plus 10 too. You know what? I think that the plus 10 speed is better overall. And there's a lot of fire monsters in here, so he's going to be better with that Ice Lance anyway. I like a lot of Nomura's concept art. I don't think Nomura is as bad a character designer as a lot of people think. I think it's correct to mock him for all of the weird belts and buckles and stuff, but I think some of the character designs Nomura has come up with are excellent over the years. Like, he was the lead character designer on Final Fantasy VIII, and I like pretty much all the characters in that game. Y'all got some hit points, that's for sure. My man ate 34 hundo, and he's still standing. I actually am not sure if I could swear I know for a fact which games Nomura did was like the lead designer for, and which ones weren't. Alright, this room's a save point. Yes. Egg? Oh, absorbs ice. Okay. We've seen those eggs hatch into two different things. And it's... We'll have to check the bestiary and see if there's any holes when we get out of here. So there's more eggs in the second half of the Tower of Babil, which is an area that we cannot revisit. That I think hatch into different things. Oh, my man must love ice here. Y'all want some ice? What do you think? Not very good. We should probably go with Shiva then. Kind of coming up on... Oh, I should go back. I should have used the cottage at that save point. I'll have to go back and do that. These guys actually don't have that much health, though. Amano actually did go back and draw the characters from some of the other games, though. The ones that he didn't do the base design for. Like, there is a mono artwork out there of, like, the cast of Final Fantasy X. Which is pretty nifty. A monster closet, but there was no monster inside, so it's okay. Ah, see, I love the character designs in 15, too. I love the boys. 13 is perhaps questionable. Do you like bio? You're absorbing ice. Let's hit you with some fire, then. That's how it's gonna be, huh? Absorb everything. What do we get in here? Fire something. Ice armor. Which we will prioritize on King because I think it's better than fire armor. Yeah, by 2 points. And then we can buy that in Eblin later. Yeah, I think some of the stuff in 13 is... and 10. Let's be honest. Lulu's dress in particular is, not real sure what the dilly is. Cecil got beamed. Let's cure him twice. Because Nomura was also in charge of, like, the design of characters and stuff in Kingdom Hearts, wasn't he? Because I think the Kingdom Hearts games are... most of those designs that I've seen are pretty bad. I'm not a big fan of the aesthetic in those games. We're absorbing... oh, he's got a stone weapon. That's why he absorbed that. Oh, this is bad. We're gonna have to change his weapon. Which eats a turn in this game. I don't want to use up the last of Viridia's MIPS here. Let's move to this. I remember reading like an old interview or something where they said that like he had designed like Squall's jacket that he wears with that like furry tuft around the neck just to see if they could render it properly in polygons. And they kind of do. Just some high potions today. I better leave his ice sword on for a little while if we're going to be seeing these guys. So if Riddy is singing a bard song, she can't be interrupted because Cecil's going to intervene and take all of her attacks. I actually have a collection of Amano art books. Just the Final Fantasy art, not like his more general art, but... Yeah, it's kind of weird that Amano's the guy that they had designing characters from the beginning, because you have to take his, like, weird, surreal style and then try to turn it into a 16 by 16 pixel with 3 colors. You know, like, it's kind of strange that he's the guy they tapped in the beginning for that anyway. I'm glad they did, because it led to some really interesting designs, but it's almost like, okay, you gotta do the work to make the artwork, and then you have to do an equal amount of work to adapt that artwork into the constraints of, like, dot graphics. And sometimes they didn't even bother. Like Final Fantasy V, the character designs don't match the in-game characters at all. Like it's not even close. Amano's design of Galuf, he has a mustache and no beard, and then in the game he has a full beard. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and keep this Life Anthem up, because she's going to get a lot of ticks out of that. And that can preserve some of Rose's MP until we get to the next save point. I could try this Prey out, actually, and see how many MIPs we get back from that if it works. If it's enough to kind of fuel Rydia as we go. 12. So if we pray 5 times, we can cast Shiva again. The difficulty I've had with Amano's artwork is I'm making, for the past couple years and ongoing, I'm working on a Final Fantasy mod for Tabletop Simulator for the board game Villainous, and you have to make little booklets because every villain has their own like set of rules. I'm like, okay, so I'll make their little villain booklet with their set of rules, and on the front of it I'll use like Amano's artwork of that character if it's available, or whatever artwork is available. And taking Amano's artwork into Photoshop, keeping in mind I don't have access to like the masters or whatever, like I'm not able to use really high resolution. I have to make do with what's available on the internet. But trying to give his canvases a transparent background so they look correct on the villain sheet. God, I was using the artwork I did for Kefka. I think it took 6 hours of work to go around the artwork and give it the correct transparency so it looked nice when I uploaded it into the software. Because Amano's artwork is not meant to look to be on a transparent background. He was not looking forward to, oh, you know, in 14 years somebody might want to put this on a website and have it look nice. Bats! Oh boy. Oh boy. But yeah, I've got another one I've got to do. Eventually, I have a deck for the Cloud of Darkness from Final Fantasy III, and his artwork for that is, I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, this is going to take another 6 hours. I did as good a job, I think, as could be expected. Rosa learns her magic quite a bit earlier, it feels like, in this version. We already have Float. I mean, a white background's not out of the question, but each deck has its own, like, color theme to it. And so you want the villain guide to have that color on the front. Alright, so I'm going to pop a cottage here. No, I'm not. Do I have a tent left? I have 1 tent, and I want to preserve 1 tent. So yeah, we'll pop a cottage here. I think we're going to call it here for the night, because I recall the next boss being very tricky, and I'm probably going to have to lose to the good doctor a couple times before we win. But I'll pick this back up hopefully tomorrow and get some more progress done. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me tonight. I really appreciate everybody watching the series, and I'll make sure to try to keep them archived in case you came in late and want us to go back and see the first half. You can check them out. And that's going to do it for me. Thanks so much, guys. I'll see you later.